All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here for this special call meeting. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order.
Yes, sir. Turn it over to the attorney.
Yeah, Attorney. Well, no, we're going to do these other
You gonna
items.
do the two items?
Yes, let's do
Okay.
these two items first. If you
Okay.
don't mind. Let's go to item number two first. Number three. I'm sorry. I see folks present here.
Okay. Item number 3 is to approve engaging Cherry Beckett and Advisory LLC to conduct the grant compliance audit of the Augusta Housing and Community Development Department.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Administrator Allen, is there anything you want to do as an introduction, or we turn it over to Interim Director Sherrera?
No, sir. Just to give you an update, this was something that we needed to do to go ahead and go through the respective process of having our accounts audited for the respective grants that we receive. It went through the proper process, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Schreier to give the information necessary.
Thank you. Interim Director Sherrera.
Good morning. The evaluation committee met on May 8th, and of the 5 firms, we chose Cherry Beckett as the best firm to complete the audit. Their price is $63,000, $160. I do have to make a correction. I think I misspoke last week. The length of the audit will be 5 to 6 months, just because of the amount of information involved. But answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions from our colleagues? Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Catherine Smith Rice.
Okay, I just walked in. Thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging me. I just walked in, so I might have missed a little bit. But so this Cherry Beckett local company was chosen over how many other bids were there?
There were 5 total bids.
Okay, so we decided not to go with the one that's doing the Parks and Recs, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And again, this is the first, that I heard about Cherry Beckett yesterday in Augusta Press. I didn't know about it. So this was a committee that chose this, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Interim Director Sherrera, I think we have a representative here from Cherry Beckett.
We do. Bonnie Cox is the managing partner. If you'd like to have any direct questions for her, if that's appropriate.
Yeah, it should be appropriate. Attorney Plunkett, will that be appropriate?
That would be fine.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cox, thank you so much for being here. For the record, please state your name and address and obviously who you represent.
Sure, I am Bonnie Cox. I reside at 4331 Southern Pines Drive in Evans, Georgia. I'm a partner with Cherry Beckett, and that's why I was asked to be here today.
Thank you so much. Can you just give us a brief, overview of what your intentions are, how you plan to handle this assignment that you've been tasked with, this award?
Sure. We received the request for proposal and did provide a response to that. Just a couple points to kind of highlight from that proposal. Cherry Beckett is a national firm with an Augusta office. I serve as the market leader here for the Augusta practice. I also have served for a number of years as the relationship partner for this organization, as we have served in multiple different projects over the past 20 plus years in various capacities. The focus of the RFP that we responded to, as you can find in our response to the proposal, is to focus on the grants management and compliance and to go in and do a risk assessment of that in accordance with the professional standards that guide that. In doing that, we identify gaps of where there are potential compliance risks, which would cause audit findings for the organization. In order to do that, there is a planning and scope assessment, there's execution and timeline, and then there's reporting. And so those kind of span the 3 phases of the work. The planning and scoping on the front end, I would say, is the most critical part, where we really kind of peel back the onion and kind of really see what's there. I will say that there have been other engagements where we have come in after the fact and done some year-end reconciliations, kind of come in looking at the entire year at once, doing some reconciliations, including work with the grant funds at HCD. That is not what this engagement is. This is actually an entirely different team that is headed up by a different partner that is over in our grants advisory and compliance department, different department all along. I will say that right now, Bonnie Cox, am the only person that physically lives in this area that is in the proposal team that you have before you, because we believe in expertise, and that's part of the benefit that we bring as a national firm. That we have that expertise that we can lean on to bring there. So those, and you did mention the cost of the engagements. That's based on, I believe, 308 hours. That the way we have it project planned out does span over 5 to 6 months. But as I mentioned, that first phase of the planning and scope refinement is the most critical phase, at which time we can kind of adjust the timing as we need to. So those are kind of the highlights. Happy to address any questions.
The question is, the partner that is going to engage that has the expertise in grants, where are they located? Where's that office located?
So our advisory practice is geo-agnostic. So she's actually a remote employee, kind of full-time all year long.
Okay.
So our audit and tax practices of the firm, which make up about 50% of our firm's revenue, are managed by geography and have local markets, even though we still do have some remote employees. But our advisory practice, of which this grants management and compliance division department resides, is in a non-geo managed environment, and virtually all of them are remote employees across the country.
Thank you so much. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you coming before us. As far as Cherry Becker, are they currently working with HCD at this time?
So currently we have a different team that is focused working with finance and HCD to get essentially the year-end books and accounts and compliance stuff pulled together so that the financial statement and single audit can be completed for the city.
All right, as far as this audit is done remote, or is it done here in this building?
We will balance for what is needed. So when we need to have a team here on site, we will do that. When the things are available virtually, we will do it virtually.
All right.
Electronically.
So you actually proposed 308 hours, that's 51 hours a month. How can we expedite this, or does it take 6 months?
So I appreciate that concern, and that's why I kind of highlight the first phase of that engagement is front-loaded to refine the timing and scope there. If it is something that you want things done more quickly, we can adjust that project plan during the planning phase of the engagement.
Yeah, it was my understanding that it would not take 6 months to do an audit on this, especially with Cherry Becker already been in the HCD department this entire time.
Very valid comment, which is why I bring up it's about 300 hours. So we can certainly accelerate that while we're doing the planning and scope refinement in phase 1.
All right, I'll stand down and let somebody else have something to ask.
Thank you, Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore Guilfoyle. I don't have any other questions. Colleagues, are we going to entertain a motion to approve this or not approve it? What are, motion to approve. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Clark. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, we're ready to vote. While we're voting, do you have an anticipated start date once this is approved?
I'll go back to the team and get things queued up. So we had planned on starting in May, so we're midway through May. So given the timing of when the RFP laid out, that was the project plan as it currently stands.
Thank you so much. Can you communicate that to Interim Director Scherer once you get started to form the governing body, if you don't mind?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
That motion carries with Mr. Mason and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move to item number 4.
Item number 4, Hurricane Helene response, private property debris removal.
Thank you. Madam Administrator.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, as you are aware, in the weeks following Hurricane Helene, 311 received requests from thousands of residents requesting help with tree and debris removal on private property. And many of these residents did not have insurance and or the respective resources to address these needs. So for many months, we had the pleasure of Team Rubicon, a national volunteer organization, being here on the ground in Augusta providing us assistance. We were able to send them to those requests we received for the respective debris removal on private property. We as a community are definitely extremely grateful to Team Rubicon and all of their support. Team Rubicon, however, demobilized on April 22nd, and they provided us with the remaining list of those properties that still need assistance. We also received a small list of those residents who submitted that debris request during that time. After verifying those addresses, the total number of properties on the list was 138. The private property debris removal program through FEMA offers the opportunity for Augusta to use our debris contractors to complete this work. We can use our existing contracts that we have in place with Ceres and GMC for this work to be taken care of by our June 30th, meaning June 30th is the deadline for us to be able to receive 100% reimbursement under PPDR so that we can be eligible again for that reimbursement. We do not know yet how many properties will qualify because there is a qualification process that has to be met. But we expect it would be within the amount you have already authorized for Ceres and GMC for right-of-way debris collection. Before we can proceed with the PPDR, we would definitely have to ask the property owners to approve FEMA to grant us legal right of entry. They would have to show proof of ownership and demonstrate that the work is not covered by their insurance. Those are the regulations that are required. And we just wanted to bring this to your attention, ask for your respective approval for us to proceed on those respective properties that were not provided assistance during the time that Team Rubicon could not take care of those needs.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. I think it's important to note that these properties have to be owner occupied and that rental properties do not apply. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Administrator, I appreciate it, and I definitely appreciate Team Rubicon. Greatly appreciative of what they provided for the community. I even was so motivated by their efforts throughout the community. I joined the organization as well. Am I going to have the time to be able to do it? I don't know, but I did join because I believe in their mission and what they provide to communities throughout our country. With that being said, though, we have an overabundance of folks that ran into these issues during the hurricane, after the hurricane as well, that don't own the properties, that are renters. Two things. I know you said there's about 130 some folks. Do we have room to add some additionals?
The 138, I guess the answer is probably not.
Okay.
Because we're trying to get these taken care of doing the reimbursement. If you decide to add anything else, it may jeopardize us meeting that date, and then the city would have to pay the portion.
Okay.
Because it's not necessarily reimbursable.
Okay, so that answers that question. The other piece of it, so situations where we have property owners that aren't as responsive. We have a number of areas where there's properties located near some of our homeowners that some of the homeowners have tried to reach out, code enforcement in some cases have tried to reach out, and they haven't been able to directly communicate with them. How do we kind of handle those situations? I know those are probably going to be more one-offs, but I know there's probably more situations than not.
Yes, sir. You nailed it. It's going to be basically having our code enforcement go out to those respective properties.
Okay, so I have a couple that are in that situation. They're vacant properties that are next door to some of my constituents in District 5, and just trying to get in touch with these homeowners has been a bit of a challenge. So, you want me to relay them to you, relay them to code enforcement? Okay,
yes, sir.
I'll do that for sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you. Can I talk to the administrator?
Yes, sir, you may.
Madam Administrator, as far as this PPDR form, I had one of the constituents right there at District 6 going down Highway 25. His house was up on the hill, and there was, right there on 25, there was nowhere for him to put his debris. Even the mayor went by his house, and the amount of damage to his trees was phenomenal. It was something like 30 or 40 truckloads of material. He went to the FEMA site. He actually came to the Diamond Lakes when we had the public meeting, where a few of us was there, and he was asking about the PPDR form to fill out, but under the FEMA site, there was no PPDR form. And so we told him at that moment, we will make sure that it's gotten. Well, Ceres actually had a truck in there, and then the one who's overseeing Ceres says, you ain't gonna get paid for this material, you don't need to be on this property, get off. And the guy ended up having to leave. But fortunately, ISM stepped in, used our own money, and finished the job up. But it was a challenge because he originally called in the beginning. So my question, how did the 138 people that's on this list get on this list?
These were the constituents that called through 311, and this was the list that was originally provided to Team Rubicon. And unfortunately, Team Rubicon had to deploy, and once they did that, they provided us with the list that they did not get to address.
Okay, and so after our 100% reimbursement, at that moment it shuts down, or do we continue?
And keep in mind, this FEMA still has to approve this listing. So they have to approve it. We were notified that there were some changes actually as late as Friday as it relates to how FEMA is going to address these PPDRs. So we're not really sure. We got some reassurance for some of our representatives from FEMA, our local representatives that's been providing us assistance from day one, that says these properties, since they were already in on the list, could be addressed. However, we just don't know if, one, we will have the time to address any new properties by the June 30th deadline, and two, if we will receive any reimbursement for them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark.
Hey, Madam Administrator, I forgot about this, but as you all were talking about it, it came to mind. So the last meeting that we had with the Team Rubicon folks before they rolled out, I talked to their state leader, so this conversation came up about, hey, where there are some more additional properties that needed help, and even though they're pulling out, that they would be interested in trying to provide some pointed assistance as well. Just kind of putting that out there that it may be another opportunity to kind of solicit some additional support for them. That particular leader resides in Atlanta.
Okay.
Now that I'm a member, I kind of have the in with the organ. No, I'm just playing. But seriously, I did have this conversation with them about that. And he did spark interest about their wanting to come back and assist in certain situations. We just need to really kind of start the conversation.
Yes, sir. Chief Burden is listening. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Chair recognizes Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. So will this, and this is what I'm getting calls about now, not mostly about debris, but the root balls. I know that they take different trucks and different special equipment to get those. When are we going to get all those root balls up?
Yes, ma'am. They are still working on those. That is separate.
Okay, because
yes, ma'am.
I just curious as I'm seeing them, and I just haven't seen any trucks out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Around
If you can give us that area, I will definitely make sure that we've addressed it and make sure it's on the schedule to be addressed.
Yeah, okay, I'll do so. Thank you, Administrator.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Rice, and I can attest, the root ball trucks started out in the south region of our county, and they're working their way west in downtown. So, but they are out there working every single day. All right, team, can we receive a motion to,
So moved.
So there's a motion by Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle, second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Clerk, say no colleagues in the queue, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason out.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, does that complete our special call meeting agenda?
No, sir, we have the executive session.
No, well, I know.
Yeah.
Before we before
Well,
I
all of
call.
this is special call.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, agenda
Gotcha.
item number 1.
You got it. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to go into executive session, discuss pending potential litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, second by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. Oh, shit, I'm in the wrong place. Oh, no, here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your patience. We're going to get started here in just a minute. We got delayed.
All right.
Hope everybody's having a good day. The sun is shining in Augusta, Georgia again, ain't it? Been raining all weekend. All right, as soon as we get our colleagues, come on, let's get the ball rolling up here.
Okay.
One, two, three. Where we at? All right, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate your patience. Madam Clerk, I'll call this session back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion for the mayor to authorize the closed meeting affidavit.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Don Clark, seconded by Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Mason out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
There are none, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Madam Clerk, this session is hereby adjourned and turn over to public services. But before I do, I got to take a point of personal privilege to wish a happy birthday to the commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Today is her 29th birthday.
Y'all don't clap. Hey, 33 looks good.
That's right. Thank you so much. Madam Chairwoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to Public Services. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Not from the clerk's office.
Okay. That being said, I would like to consent items 1, 2, and 3. Let me get my glasses. And also, I'd like to take item 4 if my colleagues on this committee do not mind and deferring it to the next committee cycle. Item number 4, historic preservation, I'd like to push that until the next committee cycle in 2 weeks. If there are, no objections with that.
So
So
we'll add
consent,
that to the consent.
yes, ma'am, items 1, 2, and 3, and deferring item number 4 to the next committee cycle. Okay, do I have a motion? Got a motion, do I have a second? Got a motion, a second, voting?
It's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, if we can continue with the last 2 items on public services.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I bring to you 2 alcohol applications. The first one's alcohol number 25-22. It's new location, consumption on premise, beer, wine, and Sunday sales. For Zing Shi Mei, applicant for Osaka 2626 Restaurant Incorporated, doing business as Osaka Sushi and Steakhouse, located at 2626 Tobacco Road, District 4, Super District 9. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Are there any objectors? Name and your home address.
Okay. My name is Si Mei Xin, living in 3708 Pinnacle Drive, Hesper, Georgia. Okay, sorry. That was.
Got a motion, do we have a second? Got a motion, second. Ms. Bonham, you going to vote?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner
Ms.
Scott.
Scott. Ms. Scott. It's unanimous.
Right. The next item is alcohol number 25-21, new location, consumption on premise, liquor, beer, wine, and Sunday sales. Benjamin Zinn, applicant for Zinn Ramen and Bar, located at 2907 Washington Road, Suite 300, District 7, Super District 10. Augusta Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office recommends approval. Are there any objectors?
My name is Benjamin Zan, living at 769 Bridgewater Lane, Evans, Georgia, 30809.
Motion to approve.
Got a motion, we have a second. Got a motion, a second. Ms. Bonham. Voting. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I was just rolling right along. We got Commissioner Johnson from District 1.
They've already, I think they've started voting. I just want to know where there'd be crab legs at this location.
No, not at this one.
Okay.
We're still going to top crab for the crab.
All right, just making sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
It's
Commissioner Johnson.
unanimous.
That concludes public services for today. That was, thank you. That was the quickest public service in quite some time.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to bring Engineering Service Committee to order.
We have finance for.
Oh, man, I'm getting too excited, ready to move. I stand corrected.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to bring finance to order.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We can start.
Item number 1, approve Daniel Field Airport leasing a Hustler 104-inch cut zero-turn mower for grass cutting on the airfield for a 3-year lease at an annual cost of $9,241.36 for a total of $27,000 7/24/10.
So move.
Okay, we have a motion to approve in a second, and we're voting.
She don't want to speak?
Ms. Pulliam? Thank you. That motion carries with Mr. Mason absent.
Thank you. That concludes finance.
Good meeting, ma'am.
Thank you.
No, I'm waiting for Madam Clerk tell me I'm safe to go. Am I good, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Exactly. Madam Clerk, I'd like to bring Engineering Services Committee to order. Are there any changes to the agenda or
No, sir.
additions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Committee members, are there any requests to move anything towards approval? If not, we'll go ahead in the order that they're listed.
Yep.
All right.
Motion to approve.
Any motion to approve consenting items 1 and 2?
Motion to approve.
All right, motion. All right, motion and a second. We're voting.
That motion carries 3 with Mr. Mason out.
All right. Madam Clerk, if we can go ahead and read the, number 3.
Yes, sir. Item 3, a motion to approve that a professional arborist is hired to make decision about tree scrubs being removed moving forward, and that the arborist hired will be in charge of future trees being planted and installed throughout the county.
All right, we're going to pass this over to Commissioner Catherine Rice, since she brought this up.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. I brought this to the attention, and I know my colleagues, some of them on here, have been on this commission before when I've brought it up time and time again. And it is apparent to me that a professional, we can say we've got an arborist in this government, but if we do, I don't know where he is, because what I've seen around this town is discouraging. And I have received a lot of calls about, and I know that the Broad Street topic is something that, you know, it's a touchy situation going on, but we can't continue to cut trees down throughout Augusta. You know, we've already lost too many trees due to the hurricane, but we can't continue to take trees down. And some of these trees that get taken down, we don't hear about. But I would like for this body to really take into consideration that we hire an arborist. And as far as funding goes, isn't there a way, I'm going to ask Administrator Allen, how we could be able to fund this? I've been bringing it up over and over, and I get garden clubs, tree commission members, not saying that they meet regularly these days, but so many people are saying, why does Augusta not have a professional arborist? I'm wondering the same thing, because I continue to bring it up, and we haven't done anything. And now it's very disappointing to look around and see these trees coming down that were beautiful trees. What can we do about funding here?
Okay, so yes, ma'am. At this point, we would have to go into contingency to hire an arborist. There may be other options that we can look at, and we can bring back some recommendations to you. If that's what the committee wants to proceed to do, we can bring you back those respective options.
Okay, let me see something real quick. If you give me just 1 second. I know that on the administrative services, we've got something that's requested by Mayor Johnson, the Public Works Department, with maintenance of green spaces and right-of-ways. Is there any way that maybe we can incorporate somehow down the road, putting an arborist in the works with that?
That could be one of the options, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so with this moving forward, we want to bring it back? Or can we go ahead and make a motion to approve one and then, I mean, time to me is of essence that we get an arborist here. Anybody want to chime in? I don't run this committee, but.
Yeah, so Commissioner Rice, that's a good point that you're bringing up. I think it may be prudent for us to, because I don't know if motion 4 is going to be discussed today or if we're going to push that back, but let's give the administrative opportunity to determine what that looks like from a positioning standpoint, from a finance standpoint, and then if there's additional way of kind of rolling that into what's going to be discussed in the further later discussions.
And that works as long as, Administrator Allen, how long do you think it would take to come up with all the information?
We could look at bringing back something within the next committee cycle.
Perfect. Works for me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to move this particular motion or this particular situation to next committee cycle.
I had mine.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Guilfoyle from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to have the engineer come up because the only time in the city that we ever needed arborists, it'd be right now or probably a year or two ago when we was doing all this infrastructure downtown with this rescaping of Broad Street and on all these other side streets. Winston Spring Road, naturally, they did some added value by putting in the little islands, some shrubbery, some trees, need irrigation for sure. But I would like to hear from Malik about an arborist. I think we have one on demand that we keep on call. Can we get him up here, Mr.
Yep, Dr. Malik, you want to come forward, sir?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Malik, as far as a arborist, tell me, how have y'all been designing all these plans and putting things in place without an arborist, or do you have an arborist in?
It's we have several control measures in place. So each project team has arborist and landscape architect on part of their team, and they do it. We also have on-call arborists, which we also bring in to get a second opinion on that. So as far as our project goes, we have enough control measures in place, or building in the project to address the trees, project impact to the trees and trees replacement and all that. So really, the tree, more or less, I would call it tree replacement, not really cutting the tree. If we're cutting it, we're replacing more than what we're cutting. So,
tell me about how come we never had one in-house of all the years that you've been here? The former director, A.B. Lanson, was here. How come we never hired an arborist?
So probably there have never been a need for full-time arborists. I don't know. I mean, at least that's because the need is not on a daily basis. It's project to project, in all that. So, and we discussed in the past. I don't want to really expand more, but even the tree ordinance, really, what you all need to look at is more focused on the right-of-way, not really on the land development. That's really other communities focus on, and that's probably going to need arborists if it's needed there. The right-of-way is the road impact. So either we do or don't do the improvements. It's not only direct impact, but sometimes the root system, these are older trees, they're coming into the, either curb. If we have to fix the curb, it's going to damage the root. So if we don't address the tree now, after 3-4 years, the tree going to die, and it may have, it may have more serious impact than all that. So, but as far as roadway projects, we have built-in mechanisms to have what we call a subject matter expert, and we also, time to time, bring in Raj Simkin. All these non-run projects, I personally sit down with them, with other people in our engineering office, share all the plans, and bring the project team in that conversation. Uh, so it's a balancing act. We try our best to balance, all the opinions.
Right, so as far as hiring one, you don't see a need for one at this time?
In my opinion, really, we already have enough subject matter experts available on as needed basis. So we can use them as the need arise. So.
Okay, in the, right, not only your department would have it, also Essential Service probably has a need, Parks and Rec would have a need. I know that when you go to apply to have a building built, naturally you got to go through the process, and you'll actually have somebody determine how many trees, what caliber of trees, how much shrubbery. Help me out with this picture as far as the other departments that might need a arborist.
So they may need, but I think their need is more like landscape architect than really arborist. And so there may be another disconnect when we say arborist, really what that means. Is just looking at the tree impact or looking at the broader overall landscape plan. So it's two different things. So, what you mentioned, probably they need more like landscape architect versus arborist. And that landscape architect may have that ability to weigh in what the arborist can do.
Thank you, Dr. Malik.
All right, Dr. Malik, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Smith-Rice from District 3.
Okay, Dr. Malik knows I've been bringing this one up for a while. We've talked. But Dr. Malik, you say that we got arborists in your department. I'm just going to ask, are they certified, qualified, experienced landscape / arborist? What are we dealing with? Are they experienced when it comes time to putting these trees back along Broad Street, not just Broad Street, but other places? Do they know which trees that would look best in that place and that would be a great asset to the area? Do they know, or are we just planting trees to be planting? Do we know what types of trees to plant? Are they that professional enough to know? Because I'm just curious, I've never met them. If we have them in our department and this government, I've never met the arborist. I'd love to talk to him personally.
In my interaction experience, my answer is yes. There are different opinions out there, whether what they know, I don't know. But, irrespective of that, when we select the firm and the team, we go through the qualification review process and all of the things. In addition to that, we do have a local on-call, arborist, and actually even the post-hurricane, he went around the area and marked all the trees which need to come down and which should not, and which was affected. So,
okay, so the arborist that's in your department, he's working every day, or is he just one of these, did you say, that's on call, or is he working in this department every day and he's full-time certified and professional arborist?
So he's on call. So he's not a city employee. He's on call, part of the on call contract we have. So he's on as a needed basis, but he's available whenever we need it.
Okay. Would it be possible that I can get his information and call him and reach out?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I mean, as a commissioner, I feel like that it would be, that I would like to reach out to him and ask him some questions. And if this commission doesn't mind, I hope that they are not objective of me talking to him. I got a commission next to me asking me why I do that. But no, I would like to be able to talk to him, because I would like to know, just like my colleague said, Wayne Guilfoyle said, in other departments, we do need somebody that knows what they're doing. Landscaping, trees, what trees are we planting? What are we taking down? We just don't go take down trees that don't need to be taken down in certain places in Augusta. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to go ahead and just allow Administrator Allen to do what we said and bring it back to the following committee cycle. Thank you, Dr. Malik.
Thanks, Dr. Malik, for that clarity on what you guys have in place. Looking forward to some more discussion from the administrator for the next committee.
Yes, sir.
All right. We're not going to make a motion on it. We're going to divert this to next committee cycle. Yes, ma'am. All right, committee members, you good for diverting this to next committee cycle, this topic? No objection? All right. Madam Clerk, if we can move that forward, please. Thank you for the clarity. We can go to number 4, Madam Clerk.
Item 4, discuss future recycling plans for the citizen of Augusta, Richmond County.
All right, I'm going to pass this back over again to Commissioner Smith-Rice.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Malik, you aren't going too far, are you? Here we go, back to recycling. Okay, another big discussion to have is, Commissioner Rice, Commissioner McKnight, whatever, text me, email me, call me. Why is my recycling, are we still recycling? No, we're not recycling. Well, why didn't anybody let me know? Well, we haven't been recycling way before the hurricane. I do know that now, and when I tell some of them that, it's almost like they go silent. So what are we doing with these recycling cans that everyone puts out with the blue tops, but yet we use them? A lot of people are using them, and I know that they do. They're using now 2 trash cans for trash. You got the blue recycling, but now it's being used a lot of times as trash. I feel for those that are still recycling. I do, because their recycling that they're doing is going out to the dump. And that's sad. I want to know what our process is moving forward with recycling. Are we going to start up recycling, or what are we going to do with these recycling cans that we have with the blue tops? We've got to let people know what to do with them. Do we keep them, or do we let environmental services pick them up, or do we use them as second 2 trash cans? For most families have them, so they get 2 trash cans. I just want to know what I can tell my constituents about these recycling plans for the future. What do we have in place?
Yes, sir.
So, I presented the plan previously, and Commission denied that contract. So my goal is to bring the new recommendation to this body on the May 27th meeting, and that will address the recycling. That's the department goal. It will have both options, city offering or the contractor offering.
So do we, okay, when that comes forward, we do, so that I can give some people light of hope, we are going to put recycling in this plan.
Yeah, the recommendation will have recycling.
And most likely, they're going to be paying, if they want to recycle, they're going to be paying extra or another fee or billed separately.
It's add-on service. That was the decision of this body. So we'll bring it add-on services with all, how much it's going to cost. That's what the mayor request was. We need to know how much it's going to cost. So I will have all the detail. My goal was to bring it today, but it didn't work out the way, I had to make sure I'm doing my part to full, going through everything. So when I come back, I can defend my recommendation.
So we've got to put it out there so that everyone in this town knows, because it really, I don't think word is getting out there that we, as Augusta, Richmond County, are not recycling at all.
Not at the prison.
Okay. So those blue cans, those that decide to recycle, when this plan is an option, y'all will go and pick up, let's say I'm not going to recycle, so you're going to pick up my can, correct? And I'll have 1 garbage can and no recycling can.
They still has to pick up both cans.
Okay, so all right, so that means
if nobody's not picked up, please let me know, and I will get it picked up.
But my recycling can, I'm gonna put trash in it as long as and my other can. So I'm gonna have 2 cans to use for trash. Is that what we?
So that's what in
let my
reality happening
constituents
90%
know.
of the time is a contaminated recyclable waste. It cannot be recycled, and that's what they trigger the whole thing. So with the new recommendations, it's going to be clean process. If really somebody wanted to recycle, they can establish separate recycle account either through the city or through the contractor. That's the decision this body will make. But yeah, so that would be a very clean process that way.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. So just so we're clear, so everybody on the dais and everybody in this audience and anybody watching live stream and the news, whatever, we do not recycle. There we go. No recycling. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, motion to receive is information. Any objections? No objections? All right. We're going to receive it as information. Madam Clerk, thank you, Dr. Malik. Thank you, Commissioner Rice, for making sure that that's a point of notification for everyone, that it's not currently in our current operations for landfill. All right. Madam Clerk, that concludes engineering services. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to call administrative services to order if you are ready.
Yes, sir.
All right. Madam Administrator, Ms. Bonner, we want to delete item number 4 per the mayor.
Delete, okay.
And are there any other additions or deletions?
We could do it under like consent. We'll put it as a deletion.
Okay.
Under consent.
Yep.
If you have other consent items.
Yes, and if my committee so obliges, I'd like to consent items number 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, and 9.
5, 7, 8, and 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, number 5 will be a deletion.
Number 5 will be? All right. Can I entertain a motion for these?
I make motion to approve.
Second.
All right, voting, Ms. Bonner.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, the administrator has a question.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I just want to announce in regards to number 9, I have just been informed that the governor has signed House Bill 85.
Great.
I would also like to inform you that House Bill 850, which replaced House Bill 581 on our local level, was signed on last Friday as well.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And can you inform the commission and those here how much approving number 9 saves this government?
It will save us a substantial amount. Initially, it's going to cost us about 40.
You turn your mic off.
Sorry. Initially, it's going to cost us a few thousand, I think 40,000 for the remainder of this year, but ultimately it will save us in our next year's budget.
About 131,000?
Yes, sir.
Yep. All righty. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, sir, number 5 should be deleted off the agenda. I'm sorry.
Yes, it was.
Okay, all right, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. I was kind of...
All right, you ready, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir.
I guess we will go top to bottom.
Going to vote? Oh, it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay.
Don't mind us up here. We're just...
I'm serious. Item number 6, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 6, Mr. Lawrence A. Brennan requesting a change on the current firefighter 1 new recruit employment application.
Mr. Brannon here. I am not seeing him. All right.
Okay.
We already moved it.
One time, yes, that's
Okay.
why it's on here.
Yes. So I guess delete this, please.
Beg your pardon?
Can I entertain a motion to, I guess we got to do something with it, right?
Yes. Well, we can list him as a no-show, and that's it.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. That will take us to item 10.
All right.
Chandra Bala regarding county administrator delay in advertising position and no response to similar position.
Mr. Bala in the Oh, well, come on up. Make yourself at home.
Yeah. Respected commissioners,
Yes, sir.
it's an honor to
Excuse me, sir.
come here. Yeah.
I'm over here. Hey.
Yeah.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. My name is Chandran Bala, and my address is 208 Newland Circle, Evans, Georgia. And one more thing, I'm retired 10 years ago. I'm 81 years old.
Mr. Bala, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I mean, that's why I had to introduce myself. I'm retired, 81 years old, as an engineer. And I have seen people getting hired through HR. But my intention is you should not, once every department strives to achieve, and you should not continue your old trade and say that is right. And that is where the flaw in the HR system here is. That is why I am trying to point out people in the so-called public sectors advance fast, they get more salary, they know more things. And one more thing, a PhD does not need any experience. This is for everybody. I'm enlightening you. If you don't know, now you know it. You don't need experience for a PhD. He can be trained, hired. In addition, why I'm telling this is you got a requirement for a deputy, and the deputy does not know because the requirement says you need government experience. Government experience is not God's experience. So you have to remember that. And accordingly, you are asking just for a bachelor's degree or master's preferred with some experience. But here, you are asking for an inch and you got a mile. You are forgetting that you are unable to see in a daylight things, and you're searching for a little needle in a haystack when there's a whole truckload of hay in front of you. You should, the candidate is my son. I have to come and talk only because he has got a doctorate in administration, business administration. He has got a master's in finance. He's got a bachelor's in economics. You can use everywhere where you seem fit, and also you can create a position for him. You should be proud to hire in the Aiken County, Richmond County, and this one, the county I'm coming in, Columbia, total of 1.5 million. This is the only candidate available to you. You should not be wasting time and looking around things which doesn't matter. And this is exactly how I was hired in my company. I didn't apply. They just looked at me. They told HR is supposed to be giving advice to the department. Hey, here is a candidate taken. Can we not put here, put there? That's what they're supposed to do. They're not doing it. So now you know you have to come out of your darkness and see why this is happening. That's all. This is my point. I had nothing against HR, nothing against county, because this county is striving hard to help people better their lives. That's what this county is doing. And you have candidates far superior, and you are trying to say, I need only county experience, which is completely out of context. A PhD does not need experience. This is the thing in the entire United States. I told him to come to this county because he was educated up to 8th grade. He was the number one in the school at that time. And he wanted to go out. I said, don't go to anywhere. This is the county you have to serve because this needs. This county's rules, requirements are different from the county I'm in. So that's why I told him you have to serve the people, you have to give everything you got. So this is my point, that's all. And I had, I think Miss Tamika Allen or something, she was very kind enough to tell that, we have certain rules and regulations. Yeah, you have rules and regulations, but you cannot be blinded just reading only the rules. You have to have some common sense that there's a candidate
30
much
seconds, sir.
superior. Yeah,
30 seconds.
yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is all I wanted to bring to your kind attention. If you want him to come here, he can come. I didn't bring him because he is doing something else.
All right.
So please,
Mr. Bala, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. And Ms. Allen is here as well. She's heard what you've said, as well as our HR director. And hopefully some of your suggestions will be fruitful.
all right, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to receive this as information. No objections?
No objection.
Item 11, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Philanda Yvette Howard project and petition for improvement to the Diamond Lake Park.
All right. Do we have a spokesperson for this? Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sorry for our delay in getting started, but it's good to see you up here. If you would you introduce yourself and give me your address as well? And if she's going to speak as well, same, please.
Yes, it's Frank G. Howard, 4401 TJ Kelly Drive, Hillsborough, Georgia, 30815.
Okay.
Octavia Collins, 2711 Cardigan Court, Hesper, Georgia, Vice President of the Richmond County Neighborhood Associations Alliance.
All right. And you have 5 minutes as well.
Okay. My petition to improvement of Diamond Lake Park and how I received his name, Philanda Howard. My daughter was 20 years old when she was killed. She was the 17th homicide victim in 1992. And what she was doing community work, feeding people who didn't have food, and she just was a cashier. So this inspired me to do community work also. So during this time, I saw a need at Diamond Lake Park. I saw that I was out there with my grandson, and he was playing rec football. And it was so dark outside. They only had one pole supporting the field. And then when the game was over with, you had people parking up beside the street. Well, it was just dark. The whole time it was just dark out there. I don't understand how in the world they wanted to park over there, but there was nowhere else to park. So it came to my mind, I got a vision that I need to do something about it. So then I started talking to people around the community, and we came up during the morning time. I have on the first agenda was to open the gates at 4:30 a.m. Monday through Friday. So as the people come up to the park, the gate is closed, and what they do, they'll park outside the park. And they'll go around the gate and go inside and walk. Well, my wife told me, said, that's trespassing. So she didn't want us to do that, so we always walked up and down Winter Spring Road. So then we found out that the people that's walking around the park, there was people pushing baby carriages, and they was walking inside on the street. There's no sidewalks. So that was unsafe. And then we need mention that, but there are no lights for the field number 4. Most street lights from gate to gate for safety during morning and night events. Well, if the gate, if they open up at 4:30 in the morning, we need some lights out there. And so from Manchester, entrance to Manchester to Willis Farmer Road, we need to get sidewalks on both sides of the street. A lot of people don't want to walk on the dirt track out there. So we figured that if we have sidewalks to walk on both sides, because when you're walking on the streets, you need to face the traffic. I found that out walking up and down Winter Spring Road. You don't want to have your back turned to those cars coming behind you. So, and then We need to add some benches to the sidewalk. That's for people that would walk around with oxygen, people walking with walkers, people that's trying to gain the health from any kind of surgery they had. They get a chance to walk on the sidewalks and then sit down on the bench and rest on. In fact, our commissioner was walking with his cane and everything also. Commissioner Mason, he's not present today. And so we have 3 more covered areas add 3 more covered areas for family events. And we found out that we only have 1 covered area out there in that large park. We have 3 sections out there with just barbecue grills, but there are no covered areas in that area. So we would like for the more covered areas to be put out there, especially for the holidays, especially like the 4th of July. More families come out there to enjoy the park. And on-site cameras, I mentioned, I heard them talking about on-site cameras about 2 weeks ago. And when I was doing my petition, there was a lot of females that requested on-site cameras in the park.
Yep,
Because
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Because they had one guy that said was following the people. Speed bumps in the area. And then we have some areas out there, we need a little small island put in there for like little small trees and everything for people doing burnouts in the park. So the family members come out there and enjoy the park. Thank you so much for your time.
I couldn't agree with you more. Diamond Lakes has so many possibilities. And if you ever look at the original plans for Diamond Lakes, it would have been a great park had previous commissions ever finished it. You know, there were supposed to have been pavilions as well as an amphitheater, lots of other attractions for those of us out in South Richmond County. And I appreciate you bringing this back to our attention and in front of everybody, because these are some much needed improvements. I know we added some solar powered lights out for the walking track, but it still is quite dark out there.
Yeah, they don't work.
But, well, and I was not aware that they weren't working. I'm sure my engineer director over there hears that now, or Central Services, if he's still here. But anyway, well, thank y'all so much for bringing this forth. Are there any questions from the commission? I see Commissioner Guilfoyle is up first.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate y'all coming before and telling us the needs of what we need out there at Diamond Lakes. I live probably less than 3 miles away from it. I was wondering if I could have Dr. Malik come up, and then after Dr. Malik, intern director, Mr. Lampkin, if that's a possibility, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Good. Dr. Malik, as far as the sidewalks, I know when we did Winston Spring Road extension, sidewalk was put on one side. I know that we're going to be doing the widening of Willis Foreman Road. Can we utilize any of the funding from there to do the sidewalk? Because actually, when I go to work, I do go down Willis Foreman Road, and a lot of people are walking on the grass because sidewalk stops probably about 150 feet into Willis Foreman Road, and then they trying to walk all the way to the Willis Foreman entrance at Diamond Lakes on the grass when it's wet early in the morning, as well as traffic. What is that a possibility, as well as street lights from Diamond Lakes to Willis Foreman Road? Because we're going to be implementing street lights on Willis Foreman Road at the same time. Is that a possibility?
So we have to create separate project. You know, engineering does not get involved in the facility maintenance. So, but we do help on our on-call basis. The other department need help. Winter Spring really is not a sidewalk; it's a multi-use path. That's what it is, and more or less that's what we're looking at on Willis Foreman Road. That's a federal funded project, so we cannot expand the scope of that project. That's the federal requirement, you know. So once we develop the scope and have a concept approved, we have to stick to that concept.
Dr. Malik, do we have any SPLOST money from underutilized SPLOST money that we could dip into?
So we have to look into that, but there is limited money allocated to sidewalk, and sidewalk repair is all over the place. So we're using those money for that. Um, there's not a whole lot of money allocated to the street lights. I think I put requests in plus 9 on that. It's really not a whole lot to create a project because I don't know the scope. But normally, it's $500,000 to $1 million, like we did Kissenbauer Road project that was 1.5 million, where the dollar store is from White Road to there. It's to the park. It's a very small area, but when we put the sidewalk, same as the Mims Road, we did that because sidewalk, we had to address the drainage same time to make sure the sidewalk is not creating the drainage. So it's going to take design, all those things. It's not simply just putting a sidewalk.
Right. And it wasn't the answer I expected. You mind if I talk to the administrator, Mr. Chairman?
Did you want to direct the Central Service Director as well, or do you want to?
I'll discuss with him in a minute.
Okay.
Madam Administrator, as far as streetlights, sidewalks, et cetera, when it's a safety issue, is there any, again, any splosh money? Is there any funding that we could find? I believe we had a month ago, we needed streetlights, and bam, we got streetlights coming. I mean, it depends on if it wants to be done or not. And Windsor Spring Road is a highly utilized road. We all know that.
Yes, sir. We can actually look to see if there's any funding. I did ask that the Parks and Recreation Director, I did receive this. I attended the Neighborhood Alliance breakfast,
Right.
and Mr. Howard presented this recommendation and his request. I asked that the Parks and Rec Director work with the other agencies and look at seeing what we can do to fund some of these requests and bring it back to the governing body
Okay.
for your
and,
consideration.
Instead of me bringing Mr. Lampkin up here, I'd rather direct towards you. As far as Train, that company that we use for our lights, et cetera, they put in our solar lights or for the cars, et cetera. They lit up our whole parking lot, et cetera. And they done something out there at Diamond Lakes as well. Can we see if they will be interested in putting some lights on to field number 4 and the gate that opens up at 4:30, just for safety issues on that as well. You don't have to have a personnel come in at 4:30 in the morning. Sometimes you could actually have an automatic gate opener, opens up automatically.
I think Mr. Lampkin wants to respond, if that's okay.
That's absolutely fine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the parking lot lighting and the street lighting in Diamond Lakes is owned and operated by Jefferson Energy. So we will have to contact them to see if they can do a replacement or add any additional lights to that park for us if we want to do that.
Can you actually reach out to them and then let all the commissioners, as well as naturally the administrator, be in the loop on their response?
Yes, I'll reach out to our representative and see what we need to do to get some updated lighting and some additional lighting put out there. I'll let you guys know when I find out.
Okay, so they'll be able to light up field number 4?
Right, we'll get with them. I'll get with them on all that for all our outdoor lighting out there at Diamond Lakes.
Okay.
I'll get with Jefferson Energy.
I know you listened to the discussion. How about pavilions, quality of life things?
The pavilions would be recreation and parks, but since we've already been directed to the administrator, we'll get together, have a meeting, kind of put a collaborative effort together to get this done.
I see in everybody's head nodding yes, so that's a good thing.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Lampkin.
All right. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Mr. Howard, first of all, I want to thank you for your service to your country, but I also want to thank you for your service to the community and to your family for continuing to take such a painful tragedy and trying to bring some positive reinforcement within our community through improving our parks experience for everyone involved.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cloud.
Yeah, so I think I just want you to hear it from us. We're all on board. We're trying to make whatever improvements are needed to increase the experience and safety within our parks. But again, it takes community members like you and others that really want to make sure that we see purposeful change, bringing it to the forefront so that we can continue to do it. You also have communication with our Parks and Rec Director, Ms. Williams. Please continue to relay communication to her and us. But again, I just can't say enough about you and bringing this to the forefront the way you did.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for coming. Mr. Attorney, did you have a question? Okay, all right. Well, thank y'all so much, and hopefully this will get the ball rolling on at least some much-needed improvements.
Okay, thank y'all so much.
Thank you for being here.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I got a quick question for the administrator.
Sure.
Madam Administrator, just from a time frame perspective, how long do you think it would take you all to come back with something before the body?
I would say, and Ms. Williams, correct me if I'm wrong, would it take over 2 weeks to bring this back? 2 weeks.
Okay.
Look forward to hearing that report.
Thank you. Looking forward to hearing it. And thank you to all the community members that came out and signed the petition. Thanks for doing the legwork. It sounds like you're getting ready to run for politics, doing all these door-to-doors. All right, appreciate you.
Mr. Lowry, all right. I'd like to receive this as information if there are no objections.
No objections.
All right. Ms. Bonner, I believe that is it. Yes, sir. And with that, I will call administrative services to a close.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call public safety to order. Ms. Bonner, do we have any addition or deletion? If it's okay with the committee, I would like to consent 1, 2.
So moved.
Second. Okay.
I'm on there with you.
We got
Okay.
Ms.
I got it.
Scott.
Second.
We got Ms. Scott.
Look, I forgot I was on public safety.
Without objection, Ms. Bonner? Without objection, okay. Well, we need a vote on these because these
Okay.
are dollar amounts. Yes, ma'am. Here. Voting. Ms. Scott, okay, thank you. It's unanimous. Great. It's just been brought to my attention by one of my colleagues that number 3, I know when we had our meeting, Director Hill with the attorney and Mr. Jackson and Administrator Allen, we had red lines. And what we have today in the book is it's black and you really can't see the changes because I think it's over 30 pages that we're getting ready to approve and look at. And I want to know if it's okay with the committee. I want to bring this back at the next committee cycle.
That's up to you. No, I mean, that's up to you.
Yes, that's what we're going to do.
We need to put that in.
And because our attorney will be leaving us, but I believe we'll be in good hands because my understanding that Attorney Plunkett and had been in conversation with the changes of this. So if it's okay with with my committee, can I get someone to motion to bring this back at the next committee cycle?
Motion to bring it back.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner. It's unanimous. I believe that's all for public safety.
Yeah.